Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday to you. We made it all the way to Friday. The last day of trial, this week at least, for Karen Reed. Did take a day off yesterday, so those of you who are looking frantically for whatever you missed yesterday, it's not there. It is not there at all. All right. Welcome. Oops, that's not it. Let's try this one. There we go. Leonie H., welcome. We're first in chat today. And, wait, what is not there? I'll tell you just a second. You're first in chat today, Leonie. You've been first before. You know what's happening. Your exuberance, your joy, your enthusiasm for talking to everybody in the chat room is clearly evident by your early chat. And we're going to punish you for breaking the stillness of the morning by sentencing you to internet ownership. So, Leonie, congratulations. This goes on your permanent record. You're becoming a repeat offender. I thought I'd throw that out there, just so you know your status. And we expect you to keep the internet running for the rest of us. Red says, so what's not up there? There's nothing new from Karen Reed yesterday. The trial took a day off. They took a Thursday off. Weird to take a Thursday off, because then that means Wednesday is your Friday, but then Friday is also your Monday and your Friday, because you get like a mini weekend in there with just one day on a Thursday. Yeah. Not sure what that was about, but today is going to be epic. We're going to continue, Karen Yelaki, we're going to continue with Jen McCabe on the stand, who was under cross-examination by AJ. And it got spicy. It got pretty spicy Wednesday night. AJ, even at one point where the judge says one more question, he asked a question, and it didn't go well for AJ. And he's like, Your Honor, I can't leave it like that. He's like, knock off the commentary. Yeah. So it got pretty intense. I think it's going to be likewise fairly intense. Although it'll probably start with some feigned courtesy. Hello, how are you doing this morning? Good to see you. Yeah, no, nobody's like, oh, I'm so glad I get to look at you this morning. Between those two, they don't like each other. They don't. I have not yet watched Dr. G break down Jen McCabe's testimony. I would be very interested in that. I've been so busy between now and then, but I did wire the new bathroom light and fan in. My son's pulled all the wiring. I just wired the fixture and mounted that properly. Tore the old fan out, ripped that out, and got a whole face full of dust from 1915 on that one. So hopefully I don't catch some zombie disease. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work too, but it's coming along nicely. I'm about ready to set the shower pan. I have to be careful how I say that. And so, very soon we'll be able to show actual physical progress that you can see in our remodel in the bathroom. All right. Good morning, Josh. It is wonderful to have you back, by the way. Josh comes in with the reminder about the birthdays this morning. We have a couple birthdays to celebrate. Carolyn R.H., Hannah G., Wendy, who's Fire Girl, all celebrating their birthdays either today or over the weekend, which means we get to celebrate today, and you get to party all weekend long, which is just great. So if anybody else has a birthday, speak now or forever hold your peace, because once the song is over, we can't really go back. Can't go back on that. All right, Wendy, Hannah G., Carolyn, Carolyn, Cheryl. There we go. Wendy. Is Carolyn and Cheryl? I've got, help me here. Carolyn RH, Hannah G, Cheryl Muller, and Wendy. Okay, now we got it. Thank you, Josh. I was just a little bit lost on that one. Everybody, this is your last chance this week to join in the birthday song. And if you have not done this before, it really kicks your day off right when you do that. So everybody stand up, take a deep breath, put your shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. Should be tune up is what we're doing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Carolyn R.H., Hannah G., Kaylin Harrison, Wendy Firegirl. Happy birthday to you. Kayla Harrison. Where did Cheryl Muller go? Did Cheryl's birthday get deleted? So confused. Cheryl Muller, happy birthday. Okay, here. Did I miss somebody? Cheryl, did I miss you? I can't remember who I sang to and who I didn't. I'm a little confused by the birthday things. Do we have to sing to Cheryl? We're gonna do it anyway. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cheryl Mueller and Kayla Harrison. Happy birthday to you. I think I got everybody there. If not, why not? Thank you very much for all who are celebrating the birthday. This is your special day. Thank you for celebrating with us. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with. The privilege and pleasure and honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can return some of that back to you by making your day a little more specialer. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. There we go. Happy birthday. Red. Oh no. Kayla, happy birthday. Drum solo for the finish. Ready? I almost didn't make it, but I didn't get the intro to the drum solo, but I got the whole drum solo. All right. Fantastic work as always. 80s led the band when it comes to the drum solo. Lady Draconis, for those of us who might have forgotten exactly what day that falls on this year, can you remind us very quickly? I don't want to say this part out loud. Thank you. Okay. If you were going to say the 4th, I was going to be in a world of trouble. But 11th is doable. May 11th. I'm going to need a reminder. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you had a great time. Last night we had a podcast, which was it's like the Karen Reed trial. It's either love it or hate it, right? This was one of those. It was good. Thank you, Thomas, for putting the whole thing together. Everything I brought probably brought the general performance down. So we won't go into that, but it was a lot of fun. Oh yeah. Let's see. How did Thomas's hockey team do? How did the Dallas Stars do? Does anybody know? Is it the Dallas Stars? I think they're the ones. Let me ask Siri. How did the Dallas Stars do in their last game?
The Stars were defeated by the Avalanche in Game 6 yesterday. The final score was 7-4.
Ouch. 7-4. As far as hockey games go, that is super high scoring on both sides. I mean, 4 would be a lot. Bummer. Man. We were hoping. Sorry about that, Weather Watch. All right. Excited for in continuation of the cross-examination. It will continue. I'm excited. I told you this in the podcast. I'm excited to get to participate in a Guinness Book of World Records attempt on Saturday. The little town of Kinston, North Carolina. It's not a little town. Kinston, North Carolina is attempting. They have a World Records official who will be on site. They are attempting to set a new world record, and I'm going to be part of it. The world record is in selling the most barbecue sandwiches in a day, which, when you look at it, is quite self-serving, honestly, if the town is the one putting this on. It would be something akin to me as a YouTuber saying, I'm going for a Guinness Book of World Record to get the highest dollar amount of super chats in a day. You're like, what? And then if you don't make it, you're like, well, we can always try again next time, right? You know, it seems like it's a win-win for the town, right? Because they got all the tax revenue and all the visitors coming in and buying gas and buying the barbecue and everything else. But either way, it might be the only claim to fame I have when it comes to Guinness Book of World Records, saying, hey, I ate one of those sandwiches. I bought one of those. What is a barbecue sandwich? Well, here in the South, when we say barbecue, it's the food you eat. It's not the thing you make the food on. I know other parts of the country, you say, hey, I'm going to go barbecue. You use it like a verb, or I'm going to go fire up the barbecue. Use it like a noun. We treat it out as a noun as well, but barbecue is whole hog pulled pork with vinegar added, and that's what we eat. It doesn't sound, the way I say it doesn't sound really good, but it actually is. It's delicious, and oh my goodness, once all these, you get 50 teams out there grilling a whole hog at the same time, and the entire town just smells like dinner's ready. It is so good. Anyway, okay. Jen Christie says, I watched Dr. G Explains, and he said there was no apparent deception in Jen's cross. It was consistent with her prior testimony, by the way, in case anyone missed it. Anywho, morning, y'all. That does sound consistent with what I've heard from before on Jen's appearance. Reverend Beasy, did he just sober up entirely? I was blurry. I'm sorry. I forgot to focus. Yeah, Fanny Pack says, not vinegar. Don't knock it till you try it. That's all I'm going to say. It's actually not bad. It's actually not bad. You're making it sound so yummy. It is good. It's really good. I'm excited to be a part of it. We're going to get our Starlink down there and help people find out, where they came from and who their relatives were. It's really cool when you start digging into your ancestry and find cool things. Like, I know I've got cool ancestors that died basically right when I was born. When I was 3 months old, my great grandfather died. I don't remember him at all, obviously, but he had absolutely incredible penmanship, and he would do calligraphy by hand. Fancy. We're talking the old, like, monk funk front page massive letter with artwork, fancy calligraphy, and he did that for like royalty in England and legal. He worked in the courts writing up legal things. Amazing stuff. He also loved music, and my grandpa loved music and everything. I'd like to go back and see that. So connecting people with that and showing them some of the stories about where they came from and saying, hey, I'm related to the person who invented XYZ or things like that. That's what we're going to be doing this weekend. So a lot of fun. I'm related to King Louis XIV. Not close enough, though, because the money, I think, didn't run down all the way to the end of the row, so to speak, there, Shirley, right? Like, the castle isn't yours, right? Or maybe it is. Maybe you're watching in the great room or the dining hall. That would be cool. Send pics. Let's see. I'm really excited for today. Peggy, I am as well. We should actually get some info from court fairly soon. I don't think we have any pending. Where we left the judge as far as rulings go, she had just made a ruling, which sort of knocked our socks off as well, regarding ARCA and the defense. And the result of that big hearing, her demand for the text messages that weren't turned over, and it ended up being a nothing burger. Although the state is still mad, the prosecution is still very mad about it, and we're going to see that. That's going to carry through ARCA's testimony. The spiciest cross we're going to see from the prosecution during this trial is going to be defense is put it on their case, and prosecution is cross-examining their ARCA guys. That is going to be wild. Don't miss it. It's going to be, I think it will be as fiery or fierier than what happened in the hearing. And that's saying something. All right. Kazap the Great is on time. Welcome. Come on in. Take a seat. Oh, I'm sorry. We're standing in the back. Sorry, didn't mean to point that out. Let's see. She admitted she didn't tell the grand jury the same thing she swears she told Proctor. Here's the thing. When we get into some of these witnesses and they say, I told these officers on the scene this, or I told Proctor that, or I believe I told the grand jury this. If it's not in the grand jury testimony transcript, it probably didn't happen. That's something that we trust fairly well, right? That process of recording what's said in a grand jury is pretty precise. But the other reports, if everyone's saying, hey, I told everybody XYZ, and none of them have it in their reports, if Jen tells a whole bunch of different police officers the same thing and none of them have it in their reports, it means either she didn't tell the police officers that thing, or all the police officers didn't put it in their reports. And if all the police officers don't put key things in their reports, it begs the question, right? It's like, well, why or why not? Was this just like there was a half-hearted effort put in on the investigation? Because that would help the defense. Is there a purpose they didn't put it in? Because that would help the defense. Interesting. I know the defense is going to try to capitalize on it as much as they can. And by the time Proctor gets pulled in here and testifies, he's going to be raked over the coals every time. Did someone tell you this? What if he says yes? Yes, but I didn't put it in my report. Is he just going to take one for the team and let the bus run him over and over and over and over? It's going to be good. All right. Let's see. They're supposed to be keepers of the records. Any information should be added. I'd say, I realize a police report is not a transcript, right? Generally, the police are gathering information and they're writing down notes as they do so, either mentally or physically. A lot of them actually will write it down in a notepad they'll keep in their pocket, and then a report is made from those notes. So it's not a direct minute by minute, second by second recounting of events exactly as they occurred, verbatim. But if there's a big difference, if there's something missing, and why did it disappear? Okay, now what? Oh, it's on key. I tied to the key. I don't want that. There we go. Now I'm staying here. Okay, that works. Anyway, so we'll watch for that. Pay some attention there. I think you're overestimating Cross of Arca. No way Brennan can push like that in front of the jury. They're too likable. Well, here's what I think. I don't think the judge likes them, and I think that will come across. I think a jury who has no idea what happened in these hearings will be able to detect that the judge doesn't like Arca, and I'm calling that. Is it wrong? Yes. I think it's wrong for the judge to show an obvious bias, but I think that will come across. And I know that Brennan does not like them at all. And the judge has already told Brennan that she's sort of green-lighted his go for the jugular on the cross. So if nothing else, they're going to be like, wow, this is intense. And the judge seems to be okay with it. So I think they are going to push, and it's an expert as well. So the jury is not going to look at that guy and be like, "Oh man, poor Mr. Wolf. Mr. Brennan's raising his voice. Mr. Wolf." It's not going to be bad. He's an expert. He presents very well, even under pressure. I don't think they're going to feel bad for the witness in any way. All right. Can I just say I've been loving the defense team camera? I'll see what we can do and see if we can get some more of that today. Takes a bit to try to sync things up, but I will prep that right here. Assuming I can find it. It'll take some time. All right. Let's see. Somebody said, Lady Draconis, I'm jealous. I'm getting Sonny's. What's Sonny's? Is it food? A couple of messages we have to get to that started first thing this morning. Kelly H., as soon as I opened the door for chat, basically, Kelly gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kelly, for your generosity. Way to kick off the morning. Hit and Rum says, it's been a great ride. Love ya. 21 months. 21 months. One of our OGs. Thank you, Hit and Rum. Appreciate that. Also, gifted a membership after that as well. Thank you. Kim Schwint. Schwint. Did I say that right? It's a lot of syllables. A lot of letters in a single syllable. Member for 15 months says, good morning, chat. Congratulations on 15 months, Kim. Angelo, member for 19 months, but been here longer, says, been here since Crash Baby. Now all the way here for Crash Daddy. Love this group. Thanks, RA. Thank you very much, Angela. OG status incoming. Casey, TC77, also hits that. Oh, whoa. I thought it was 20 months. Casey sent 20 memberships. Casey, that's huge. Thank you, Casey. And Regina, 21 months, best place ever.
For the record, before the court is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Miss Gianetti?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to Sidebar, folks.
Why do we have to do a sidebar? Seriously? The jury is not present. The purpose of the sidebar, I don't know. They could be talking about things that there are, orders about. So, let's see. Looking at the family there across the room, it does appear that Paul has been. We're tipping the tripod. Okay, there we go. Tipping again. Now we are crooked. We have to go the other way. Here's the trick for doing this. Find something directly 90% perpendicular to your camera, like straight in front of you and vertical, and level against that. Because if you're trying to level based on the angled reporter's bench, I predict when we turn back to the judge, things are going to be crooked. Can I just call that now? Just from personal experience, it's possible that this cameraman just nailed it and got it perfectly. But I think once we pan around to the right, we're going to be leaning, and that's going to get on my last nerve. Regina, I'll allow it. Crawford, thank you very much. 21 months. OG. Lindsay Bay, member for 14 months. My birthday Monday. Can't wait. First time not on a weekend to be here with this crew. Awesome. We get to sing to you on your birthday. That'll be great. Wonderful. And holy cow, the memberships. Casey, thank you. I wish I could see who received them. Let's see. Okay, we're still level. I might be wrong. There's Peggy. Okay. I cannot pin messages. Something about my Chrome. I can log in, but I cannot pin messages. All right. I'll just use a different device. Oh, you know what? I know why. I'm going to fix it. Hang on. I did reboot it right before the live stream. We're going to get there. We'll get it fixed.
In front of the Walmart.
It's the way that Chrome has profiles on their browsers. I have two-factor authentication, of course. Why can't we only have two-factor authentication work when requires a password here? Okay. 6 windows later, I might be there. Nope. All right, I fixed it. And good thing nothing had happened. So Mr. Yannetti is the one who called this sidebar. Not sure what it's about. But I don't think the judge is going to like it. Because it's probably either complaining about something that has... It's probably complaining about something that has happened. Something that's come to light. Which might require the judge to make a decision. Candy Kiss says, did anyone find out what happened Thursday with the family? All we know is that the judge met with, I thought it was families from both sides, is what I understood, and the lawyers. And as a result of the meeting, or directly after the meeting, Paul is no longer seated in that corner. All we can gather is that someone was not happy with either something he said or
let's bring the jurors in.
A look or something like that. And
actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Probably all the families got cautioned against making remarks or doing something that might be observable by the jury. So, and it seems like Paul probably was singled out and told to move. He will not be able to stare down KR. Karen Reed is in front of him, and he is now outside of her line of sight. So when she looks over at Mr. Yannetti, she does not necessarily see Paul. That is a change from all the first trial and everything up to just the other day in this trial. Does anyone know how the sideshow trial?
Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
Everybody wants to talk to the tech guy. I'm wondering why. Shaking his head over and over. No court yesterday, Taylor. We are live today. This is Friday. Day 8 of trial by my count.
Tori.
If you notice that there's sirens in the top right corner of the clip when Karen pulls out where she hits John's car. Dog liver, I'll have to watch for that because I definitely didn't. Knowing that the lot that she's on, the ring camera is facing a busy road. They're on a corner, so that it's possible that a siren or plow, depending on what it looks like, could be going by on that street. Tech guy seems to be heavily involved in this morning's activities, so presenting something new or different to court might be what was on the discussion. Darlene63 gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you. We've had a ton of membership gifts already this morning. Thank you very much for that. That is benefits both the channel because it gets us closer to being able to make more emojis for y'all, and it gets people out of slow mode, purgatory, and into the reserved seating. So a win-win-win.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45.
Excellent. That works for me, Judge.
All right. Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
What was our tally counter? I've got it at 39, and I know that's wrong. I thought we were like 67 or something. Could somebody do a quick check on our last lives, not yesterday's, but on Wednesday evening's live stream, and give us a tally update? That is so accommodating. This is just for me, so I can make it to my thing in Kinston at 5. I sent her the memo. I wasn't sure she read it. No, she ends at 4, and it's a weekend. She's going to end a little early.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it?
Saw it, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3.
Which page number?
It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
So the court reporter got it wrong.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Spoiler alert, it's not.
Thank you.
The jury will pick on.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jury's going to pick up on the fact that.
Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. McCabe, what you said in June of
dragging her
2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period." Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside at 12, outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June of 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about
dragged it out
with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously,
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
This dragging the feet on some answers that could just be simple yeses. I mean, telling a police officer that she saw Karen Reed.
Recollection to take a look at her report.
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
She said thank you, but she meant something else. Couldn't get the hear ye sound to work yet, so I'm still working on that one. So buffer is not, or replay is not set up quite yet.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
Gonna object. I'd like to be heard, says Mr. Brennan. Something about the grand jury here. Let's take a little listen back and see what his objection was. One more time. Okay. Listen in here on the replay.
First time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty,
replay.
correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
Then you talk to the grand jury.
About the same. Spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes?
So, I think the objection might be related to. I think she said she called like the victim advocate. Now she called someone who I believe became the victim advocate, because I mean it wasn't set up yet. The whole relationship had not been established. And so I think the objection is about that and about conversation they might have had with the victim advocate. We'll see. We'll see where this is going. Let's see. Do we have our camera? Super source, camera 2, camera 1. We do. Okay. And it's crooked. Crooked as all get out, but we'll take it. Okay, we'll be watching that to see what's happening. All right. I was just setting up some tech stuff on this side, making sure the replay machine was working properly, and that we had audio connections and the replay camera. AJ's talking about the morning of the January 29th, who she called. These are all the people. These are the people she called when the FBI was at her door, basically waiting to come in, right? Between when they said, "Hey, are you Jen McCabe?" and she says, "No, I'm not the lady of the house." Then she goes in the house. Then they called her and said, "Hey, it's still us. We're FBI. We need to come in and talk." And she's like, "Give me 10 minutes." No calls on the 29th? Not for this question. These are the deleted calls. Oh, okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, "I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty," correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
She doesn't
I
remember.
don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking about?
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Roach?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell
transcript.
Mr. Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
She doesn't want to answer even the slightest question that he said yes. She won't give a direct answer to. The jury has to pick up on that. And I like her or hate her, it's hard to like this style of resistance to a line of questioning. It seems evasive.
Okay.
There's a siren.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about
There's another.
what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, all right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beattie, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beattie. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beattie. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. Mm-hmm. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Here comes Trooper Proctor's report, which apparently is just full of errors.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my house.
Do you remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
No. Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it. Mm-hmm. My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
She won that one, but he got.
You also told.
Would like to be seen on.
Okay, can we come to Sidebar, please?
Okay. I would say at this point it's safe to call this a hostile witness. We have a hostile witness, but it's on cross, so he's allowed to lead anyway. There's not a lot you can do other than possibly at this point, Mr. Jackson should be able to get the judge to sternly word counsel to the witness to answer the question directly. That's what I would, if I were defense, I would be petitioning the judge saying, Your Honor, we have a hostile witness situation here where she is evading questions to deceive the court. That would be what I would say to the judge, which we believe is to deceive the court. I asked them to instruct her in each question to answer yes or no, and then if it needs any clarification, Mr. Brennan can do it.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th, which is freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked, and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it, and it was cracked, and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
AJ won that one. He's pointed out that she is stalling and playing a game here, and the jury can
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way. Mm-hmm.
The number of times she said, if you could show me the report, it would help. I could remember. And no, it won't help me to show me the report. On the same report, I'm up to 4 right now.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
What's the first time that group chat was used?
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification.
All right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr.
I failed to show you. It's okay. I failed to show you. It's the one from the 29. It's the one from the 29. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes, please mark that.
Oh, sure.
It's a big case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll just
one,
leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or does that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at Sidebar for a minute, please?
All right. Going back just a little bit, Jen McCabe has said a couple things when she's asked what she says. What did you tell them? She says, if you could show me the report, I could tell you, because I don't remember my exact words. And when when AJ is trying to pin her down to exact words that are in the report, she's like, he says, if I show you the report, will that refresh your recollection? She says no. And it's twice now, just within a couple minutes, talking about the same report of Mr. Proctor's. She has said that both the report would help refresh her recollection and the report would not refresh her recollection because she knows what she knows. And she's playing both sides of that fence. I think the jury sees that, and this jury sees that as a sign of deception. I'm not sure what they feel she's not being truthful about, whether it's something she's heard or something she's refusing to testify about by her forgetfulness. AJ, you saw he nearly jumped on the question, nearly interrupted her when she let slip, and I think it was a slip in her testimony. She says, it depends who's asking the questions. It depends who is asking the questions. And he tried to get back to that and say, so when the Commonwealth asks you questions, you remember, and you don't need your memory refreshed. But when the defense asks you questions, the brain fog sets in. I think the juries are smelling that. We're going to see more opportunities of this. This reminds me more of the first trial with Jen McCabe. This reminds me of how it doesn't come across well. Okay, if you're trying to be a truthful and believable juror or believable witness to the jury, this is not the way to do it. And Jen McCabe honestly might have nothing to hide and just be trying to protect her family from an assault against them and blame that where there should be none. That is a possibility. This is not the way to make it look that. This is not it. Virginia, I missed your anniversary. I will go back and look at it. I think you said you were, let's see, we got Vivian, 24 months in the pink. OG. Vivian, congratulations. Lindsay, member for 15 months. Happy Friday, y'all. Caffeine Queen, member for 6 months. Brand new courthouse there. Love that. Thank you for your support. Virginia Little, member for 17 months. As I know it's been longer, but happy anniversary to me. I think you're pretty much an OG as well, Virginia. Welcome. Thank you all. Selena says, I disagree. Okay, here's what I'm saying, Selena. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying that every time Attorney Jackson asks her a question and she responds with a conditional or an evasive answer, it comes across as deceptive. It comes across as not wanting to answer the question directly. The number of times she's just been able to say correct or yes or no to something is, teensy. Oh. She is lying, but you aren't saying she is. I don't know the truth. I'm sitting here as a juror. I know what I've heard before. I don't know the truth in this case. I wish I did. I wish I had a crystal ball and I could tell you everything that happened and where the state's wrong and where Karen Reed's wrong and replay it in 3D for all of you to watch. I don't have that. All we have is the witnesses and the testimony to base it on. And if we are to believe the testimony of a witness, as the judge is going to instruct the jury, you are allowed to look at how the witness testifies, how believable they seem on the stand when you're weighing whether or not they're telling the truth. And there are some witnesses that answer the same to prosecution defense, and it's just, I'm here to tell you what I remember. That's it, the truth. And there are other witnesses who pull this maneuver, and it seems shady. And I think in the end, it casts doubt where possibly there didn't need to be any, and it hurts their side. Do you think she was coached on how to deal with AJ? No, I don't. I don't believe in a huge grand conspiracy. I think we talked about this with Josh on Courtroom Confidential a few days ago or a couple of weeks ago. I don't believe that everybody in Canton is involved in a huge cover-up. I don't see that. I don't believe that Mr. Brennan would risk his career and his legal profession that he is very good at to secure a victory in this one case. Is he sneaky? Has got his tricks and everything else? Yes, but is he doing anything deceptively and lying? I don't see that. Now, the YouTube channel did a stream on how he believes she was coached or how to respond to it. It was interesting. I believe she's learned. Realize she's been in a lot of hearings, a lot of interviews. She's probably seen a lot of court, and I mean she's in circles with law enforcement. She's probably seen trials before. It's not hard to. I mean, we know. I've never been coached by a lawyer on how to answer things. I know how to get out of line of questioning by not recollecting, not having my memory refreshed. A few trials of watching a trial will teach you that. So it doesn't mean that Brennan necessarily told her to do that, or Lally for that matter. Tish Fish, I think honestly that this is a result of a very strong dislike for the defense team, for the defendant, and anyone connected to them. I think it's nearly impossible for her to to give any ground when she, from her vantage point, feels that they are lying, and not just lying, but lying and pointing the finger of blame at her and her family. That's what it is. All right, long sidebar just comes to an end.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
Coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I proceed.
So, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages.
So this is a hearsay
All right.
exception, and
So
that's a
now
standard instruction the judge just read.
That's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
And they're going on the big screen.
Mr. Wilk, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Carrie talked to the cops and kept simple. Okay,
Yeah, I was
try
just
and
going
get
to
some
say,
sleep.
could you please
Talk tomorrow.
enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms.
That's
McCabe,
Jen McCabe to
does
Coco.
this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at that's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
UTC.
Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please?
Response.
Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:50.
She answered backwards.
7:56.
Nicole's responding to her.
Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
Nicole's responding to her, not I'm responding to my sister Nicole. It's from Coco to Jennifer McCabe.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole.
To whom?
To me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole?
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new.
Next text, please.
It's creative how they stamped this watermarked Defense Counsel.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow?
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
These are the other group texts. I'm not sure if they're going to come in or not.
8 pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at Sidebar?
It is, Your Honor.
January 29th was a Saturday. I'd get more information on Sunday, the 30th of January. About what? More information about what? I don't want to text about it. No, we're counting size and sirens this trial. Anybody's size, all the sirens. Except for me, I don't count on the size. Alexis, I can see that, but
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
why would they also say we'll have more information tomorrow when they were not involved
May I stand up
in
there?
any way, according to their story?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
If you could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
want the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
the top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30?
Yes.
May I approach?
February 1st, you said?
This
That
be marked?
would be Tuesday?
Say, for identification or in evidence?
In evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Bryan?
Please.
Okay. Yes, that can come into evidence.
Over the state's over the prosecution objection, this is coming in. It will be shown to the jury as evidence, not just an exhibit.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using a fake statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
Channel 4 is in Delaware?
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
Ayden, I assume, asked Chris to
The
ask
prior
some
text
questions.
mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Oh, not
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall.
Oh, sorry. C.F. McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house.
Yes.
This is in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you?
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but
Yeah.
it meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
It's probably in response to the mental hospital.
Who is this text from, and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please.
I'm going to count that as a sign.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Right.
She was
earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed for the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
sorry. Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
You remember Carrie's testimony. She was quite verbose with her answers.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What do you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Okay. Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much?
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
This is after they've gone over their timeline together, and then she tells them
that may be
everything,
the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
These text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Don't think AJ's going to win that one. He summarized. He's testifying, and he's coming to a legal. I think it's going to be a legal conclusion. I don't think he's wrong, but I don't think it should be allowed. That's something that the jury needs to. I think he might be allowed to go there and ask the question and say, was this collusion? Was this witnesses colluding and getting together and and doing that? And if he asks the question that way, she's going to say no, and maybe he could say, what is your understanding of the term collusion? What does it mean to you? And see if they can get some ground that way. But I don't think you can just say, this is what it is, right? Yeah. He made a statement. I don't think AJ would win. He might be able to revisit it. Like, I don't think he's... the judge agreed quite readily. So at least the way he approached it was wrong. Even though it is what it is. Let's see what happens.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw,
gets to revisit it.
You were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses, in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Kerry was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I wish I had taken that prank call on the air. It was so short. Got a snarker remark.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is involved. Thank you, Your Honor.
They said, "Hi, I'm calling for Dwayne." I said, "Can he not make his own phone calls?" She said, "I'm calling to talk to Dwayne." I'm like, "Oh, well, what can I do for you?" She's like, "I didn't realize."
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. Mm-hmm. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
He's getting those in.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him?
Can't unring that bell.
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that? I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay.
Finally.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I don't...
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Okay. Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about it?
He just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Afternoon or time of night? We have GPS data, so there's going to be a timestamp on
Your Honor,
that.
I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
I'm glad that check went through. Don't spend it all in one place, Josh.
Take your time. Mr. Brennan's just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Right. Sorry.
So, Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit L for identification. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah.
I'll see counsel at Sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McKeon?
Sure.
All right, we're objecting to the map. It's a map, the map. Jen McCabe, when confronted with her text, and I use the word confronted because the prosecution objected strenuously to their admission, and they were admitted over the objection of the prosecution. So the prosecution did not want them to come in. When confronted with those messages, she owned up very readily to them. They are what they are. They're her record, right? They're her family's record. They say what they say. But we have not seen that willingness to accept anyone else's report, like Proctor's or any other police officer's report as far as what happened. These witnesses have been harassed, their words twisted and made to look bad, so I think she has become overly cautious of words she uses and says, I don't know, because she doesn't remember the exact words. Well, the problem is, Shandy Johnson, that her recollection is different than all the reports. I mean, to put it lightly, her recollection is different from the reports. And when asked a general question, she says, if you can show me, that would remind me. But when asked a specific question, is it true you said this? She's like, it won't remind me. Don't show me. It won't help. She can't have it both ways and still come across as being truthful. It does come across to me, at least, as a juror, just without knowing anything else about this trial, that she is being evasive, that these question and answer exchanges are taking longer than they should when asking about facts that happened in the past that we have a record of. Some of them are more precise, like a grand jury testimony. Some of them are less precise, like the notes a police officer took of an interview or notes they took after discussing something with a witness. But the jury can see that. Yep, they mentioned the grand jury testimony. That's in the previous trial. That's in. She's mentioned many. She's been part of many grand juries. I don't know how many that is, but I'm curious. I'm curious about that. Nothing like it says, that's right, even the court reporter got it wrong, but there's recording of her words on national television. We can go back and see exactly what she said and did not say, I think, for the 1245 text, yeah. The problem is the 1245 text saying that she texted at 1245. The phone has a clock that's linked up basically to a satellite. It's very precise. If the car is still there,
Thank you.
It breaks the timeline.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th?
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one.
Okay. The same address on
As
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date?
Timestamp.
Of that
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
45 minutes at his house.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
That's a long bathroom stop.
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
She's looking down a lot.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area?
Yes.
Gets dark really early?
Yes.
It was a blizzard?
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out?
Yeah, I assume.
Safe to say it was cold out?
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold?
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
Because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you've stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Avenue before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes?
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house?
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you?
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole?
I don't believe so.
Possible?
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted portion.
It's a lot of records that are wrong. Some of them have literal GPS timestamps on them.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
4 to 6
McCabe,
minutes.
I think you just said that you maybe even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Wrap it up, AJ.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
It is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, juries, we will take our morning recess.
It is. I'm about to shift gears.
And this will be again if you just go home.
Break this way, jurors.
All right, the timestamps. Obviously, Alan Jackson is saving what he believes is the most impactful cross-examination of Jen to the last. gotcha moments, the inconsistencies or the perceived inconsistencies. He's saving those to the last. Looking at the timestamp, I just put that together. So 12:13 p.m. she leaves 12 Country Lane. That's her house. And at 12:19 she arrives at 1 Meadows Avenue. That's the O'Keefe's house. At 5:12 she left 1 Meadows. And at 5:21 she arrives back at her house, Country Lane. 7 minutes later, she leaves her house and arrives at 5:36, 8 minutes later, at 34 Fairview. It shows 4 minutes later, she leaves 34 Fairview. She describes that as just drove by slowly. Took 4 minutes to drive by slowly. 4 minutes later, she leaves 34 Fairview and arrives 3 minutes later at Lank's house. That's 5:43. At 6:28, she leaves Lank's house. It's snowing. It's cold. It is better than 45 minutes sitting in the driveway where they were just dropping the daughter off. She said the name accidentally, but they're not supposed to say the name. And then she drives straight back to her house at 6:34. She arrives. I am wearing the red Solo Cup shirt today. I don't get it. Why does it matter, says Linda Lou? It matters because her story is inconsistent. That she testifies she didn't go somewhere, and then the GPS shows that she did, and she just says, I don't remember it. She says that she didn't stop, and she did. It matters because in a case like this, little details do matter. All right. Gregory Fisher's on the front row. Looking great. Gregory, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Love it. Love it. Thank you very much. Thanks for your support of the channel. I hope you enjoy the view. It's so much better up front. 5 more people. Also, Celio gifted 5 more memberships, so 5 more people get front row seats. Thank you very much, Celio, for your generosity. A lot of generous gifts today. All right. Jen's testimony is definitely putting doubt in the juror's mind about why all the communication with each other and people involved in the investigation. Dobby, is it Dobby? Dobby O2. I don't think the defense has shown that there was anything nefarious going on, but it has raised a question mark. And I think what they've done very effectively this trial, and probably even more so than last trial, is pointed out the points of potential collusion, why Jen McCabe seems to be connected with everyone who's talking to the police. Every time they talk to the police, she's either there, she wants to go with them, they're at her house, she's overhearing the phone call. She's coordinating a lot. And it could be that she's just that person, right? Every neighborhood has one. She knows everything that's going on. She's connected, she knows, she's like the ringleader. Or, as the defense is saying, it could be that they were trying to hide something and she was point man. So that's what defense is going to try to assert. I haven't seen what they're trying to hide here. I don't think anything will come out regarding that. But every time there's an inconsistency in her story that makes it look, well, her word, nefarious, AJ is pointing that out, and she's shrugging it off and fighting, admitting that. All right, Celio, did you just gift another 5? Did that just happen? Maybe I just missed it. Caught it again. Maybe they were just nosy. Why would Jen want her prosecuted this badly? I'm not sure if... I haven't seen that she wants her prosecuted badly. Realize that this circle of friends has a strong police familiarity. And so it stands to reason that they would jump to that next step of understanding that the prosecution follows an investigation. So I don't think they're like, quick, prosecutor. Question why she became friends with Carrie. The trauma bond, that can be a real thing. I can see that. Some of these texts, I read the she's telling them everything, she could write a book thing. I read that as like laughing at the response to Carrie talking, saying she could write a book. saying, I love it. It's like, oh my goodness, you totally pegged Carrie. She could write a book. This lady won't stop talking. I read it. I heard it like that. Not like, I love that she's telling them everything. That's great. That's wonderful. But either way, the telling them everything could be problematic because first they sat down and went over the timeline to fill in the gaps. And she is telling them everything. The parts that Jen had, the parts that Carrie had, what together they've come up with. She's telling them everything, and I love it. I don't think she's coming across nearly as abrasive as last year. I agree. I think she's a little better, but just as stubborn. Samantha, thanks for the reminder. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we have a Lego build. By Lego build, this is what we're doing. Watch. It's only appropriate that I am building this. I don't have any lights to show this properly, so I'll have to do it this way. My mic is in the wrong spot. I'm building this one. This is the Lego City Police Chase version. It's a new set that Lego came out with just this year. It has a couple cars, a couple vehicles, a drone, a four-wheeler. There's a boulder launching thing. I'm not sure that was part of a police chase. No police chase I've watched includes a boulder launcher, other than like Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. But it's got that. We're going to build that tomorrow night with Valhalla Awaits. You can watch it right here on this channel or on Valhalla Awaits channel. Both will be live. And wish me luck, because I'm really trying to finish it. I turn into a pumpkin at midnight. That's when I'm calling it quits. But I'm hoping to finish before then. Only 467 pieces. So I think I have to download that app that helps me build. All right, 467 Lego pieces. Reverend Beasy, watch it on Valhalla. That's great. I love it. I love it. Watch it wherever you would like. That would be great. Thanks. I appreciate you being here. Reminds me of an updated version of Dukes of Hazzards. Yeah, it's got a couple extra bonuses in there. If we have footage from Karen Reed leaving the house, why don't we have her arriving? That video disappeared. I think we have footage of them arriving but not leaving, actually. The reverse. Is that right? We're talking about Karen's house or John's house. We are at 809 likes, roughly. Actually got a couple more since then, 813. If another 187 people click the like button, Josh is going to give away 10 more gifted memberships, but you have to get that done in the next 51 minutes. That's the challenge Josh has put to chat. So if you are willing to click the like button, it costs nothing, first of all, and it could win you or somebody else who desperately deserves it a free membership for a month. So be kind, click like. Unless you know Canton, Dedham, and the other small towns in Mass, you would know. Everybody knows just about everyone and everything. There's always a connection with a lot of people. It sounds like a small town mentality there. That people are connected and they talk. Unfortunately, it happens. All right. Thanks for those of you who remember now. We only need 81 more. 81 more likes. A quick 100 just popped in. Hope I never witnessed anything like this. I can't remember crap, says Chris Gorman. Chris, I am the same way. I remember some things very well, and other things not so much. It always makes me nervous because, like Josh called me up the other day before we did the last Courtroom Confidential thing, and he said, "Hey, actually, before I taped something for him that he showed on Sunday. I taped him on Saturday. Taped it on Saturday. Sent it to him and answered a question for his Sunday live, and he's like, "Hey, I've got a voicemail for about the Linda Sturmer trial." And I'm like, and in my mind, the wheels are turning. I'm like, Linda Sturmer, who's that? Is that one coming up? Sounds interesting. He's like, you covered that, right? I'm like, I may have. And he's like, it was just a couple weeks ago. She, allegedly poisoned her husband. I'm like, okay, tell me more. Give me more. She's like, poisoned him, hit him with something, and then ran him over. I'm like, it's ringing a bell. And it's like, that burned the house down. I'm like, oh, okay. I finally remember. And it was only a couple weeks ago. My memory is terrible. I would be an awful, awful witness. So I do feel their pain every time somebody says, I don't remember. I'm like, I hear you. Yep, that's good. All right. I have so many questions, says Virginia, about this case and how it happened. I don't buy the conspiracy to hide the murder, but I do think they conspired to hide all of their parts in that. Virginia, I said that in trial number 1. After trial number 1, I said, I'm not convinced that he was killed in the house, first of all. But I am convinced that something was going on in the house that they don't want the police to know about. And it might have been completely not connected with this murder. But something was happening that needs to be kept away. It might be connected. It might not. But there seems to be enough evidence that they wanted to keep something secret. I tend to forget that I'm supposed to remember things. Front row seats are for paying members or those who win a membership. Here, let's go back here. There we go. Waiting for court to return. We're up to 77 sirens. Let's see. I think he's setting her up to be arrested for perjury, if they even do that. TechPay, they don't. It's funny because, with all the oath and everything else that you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, actually convicting someone of perjury has a steep bar to cross. It doesn't happen very often. It has to be quite blatant and provably blatant. You have to prove that the person who committed perjury was lying on the stand and knew they were lying. And memories change, memories fade. Somebody testifying one way before and one way this time, that would never, a prosecutor would never even consider those charges. It's like, just because your testimony changed or flipped or something else, that's how you remember it now. As long as they say, I know you say I said that before, but this is what I remember, they're good. There's nothing to prosecute there. To actually be perjury, you would need to basically, have the text messages and the recorded conversations and say, okay, for this time I'm going to say this. I'm going to flip my testimony and I'll tell them that this is what I remember. You would need that level of evidence or be able to prove something to nearly that level to get a conviction. So it doesn't happen. We hit the 1,000. We hit 1,000 likes, 100,009 right now. And look, Josh made good on his promise. 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to the recipients. Marty Jane, Misty Beard, Linda B. Inspired, Sandy OBX. I like that name because I know what OBX stands for. Tinny, Frankie and Lou, Aunt Toots, Lisa R., Anna Muir, and Ashley English. Congratulations to the recipients. Josh, thank you. First of all, thanks for coming back from Italy. It was so beautiful. I was worried you were going to stay. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for working on your vacation, and thanks for your generosity here back for your first full day back in the States. Mama Ladry says, first of all, I'm loving your T-shirt. This was a gift from Melissa P. This shirt and Matt. Thank you. Secondly, is there a benchmark whereby somebody becomes a hostile witness? I said she was a hostile witness. The actual term, and thank you, I don't know who, was it Laurie? Laurie corrected me and said a hostile witness is when you call the witness and they're hostile to you on direct, and then you get to lead. This is a state's witness, and just because she is acting hostile does not make her a hostile witness. But it's a hostile witness is declared by the judge. And the judge gets to decide that. And if the judge says yes, either beforehand knowing that they come in, they come in cuffed and you're going to have to drag them into court, that would you might be able to get that declaration beforehand, but oftentimes it happens during testimony when you're trying to get a witness to say something, and they are dragging their feet, and it's like, look, they're purposefully doing this, Judge. Can I lead? This is a hostile witness. Can I lead? And make it yes/no questions. Order them to answer. I haven't seen that in this trial at all. All right. I bet if you Google mapped it, it's possibly a long, certitious JVA. That is a huge word. It means like circular, or I see the root of circle in there. So past her house, past Fairview, before Lake's home. I was wondering about that. How far out of the shortest route is the deviation to 34 Fairview? Might need to check on the map. Josh is a fine fellow. We love him. He's amazing. In my opinion, they were probably trying to hide all the drinking and driving that they may have partaken in some recreational drug use. Possibly. I don't know. The laws about drinking are different from state to state, and I vaguely remember talking about this in trial number 1. I think the Commonwealth allows drinking at home at a younger age than drinking in public or drinking at an establishment. That's my recollection. I might be a different state than I'm thinking of. We do know that some of the children in the home of varying ages, I think high school age roughly was what I thought it was, may have been participating in some drinking. All right. Ooh, more memberships flooding in. Reverend Beasy, thank you very much for gifting a membership. Also, Katie Russin gifted 5 memberships. And we have Renee Volzow Williams. I got the Williams part. First try. Thank you very much for your gifted memberships. All of y'all. Your generosity is amazing. And Reverend, I love the zebra. Sue says, I'd sure like to catch one of those memberships. Well, apparently you get another shot at it because Cheryl Moran just gifted another 10. Sue, quick, grab one. As well as Sarah T gifted a membership. Let's see who the lucky recipients were there. Maud Princess, Kate Manning, Sally Wagramini, Lola Lisa, Nick K, Maud Roberts, Susie. Man, it's going fast. I'm trying to keep up. I can't. Maud Roberts, Sunnyside, Becca, Carmel Frappe, Abney S, Ricky C gifted 5 memberships. I'm trying to catch up. Lori Atkinson, upgraded membership to the gallery. Thank you very much. Welcome to the gallery. Appreciate your support, Lori. Ricky C gifted memberships to MJ Teresa, Melissa Susan, and a couple others. Caden and Russ Jones. There we go. Caught up. Nope, almost. And then not. Hilda B just gifted a membership. Thank you, Hilda B. And Miss Chris gifted 5 more memberships. Oh, my goodness. It's raining memberships. Hallelujah. It's raining. We've got somebody calling on the phone, too. I have the plug here. What a coincidence.
Call from
Master Eden.
Master Eden, it's always good to hear your call. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing great. We're not done with this witness yet, right?
No, AJ, his last words were, I'm just shifting gears, which reminds me of a country song. He never hit the brakes and he was shifting gears. He's going from
I love his style, and I see where he's going. It comes off as rude and aggressive, but you know what? You kind of have to meet fire with fire. And just the little things that she's saying, I've learned a lot more in this trial than the last trial. And it does, I respect everybody's opinion on where they are, but this case is starting to smell a little bit like the cover-up. Rather, who did what, that's to be later on in the trial, but it's starting to look like people were coordinating their stories, lining them up, and the judge is not doing herself any favors, because if I'm a juror, in my mind, I'm like, well, do you have something to do with this? Because you're clearly acting just a smidge biased from one side to the other. And the more they look like they're trying to get their ducks on the road. It just kind of looks like maybe they're all in this whole collusion kind of thing.
I would say I could be, you could twist my arm and I could say I can see collusion. But I don't see yet that the collusion is tied specifically to John O'Keefe's death, right? And maybe that's just because there's, everything's missing and the collusion was so good that, that part hasn't come out or something. That could be the case. But it has to be there for me to say, yes, they did it. I don't see that.
You on that. I'm not with conclusions, but there's definitely collusion at play here. I'm not saying which one and the other. It's definitely looking like if we could sit there and point to Karen Reed and says, well, she lied about this or she's doing that, it's almost fair game to say the same thing. Well, your side of the story isn't fair either. You were here, you're lying to people. Clearly she's being, the correct term where you're diverted, where you're trying to divert what you're, and the judge is kind of helping them out there. I know there's rules in court, there's no certain things, but so much stuff has gotten out on the state's end. It's almost as if I'm fighting to say, listen, if they were allowed to get certain things out there on their end of things, even against court rules, because, I can lead, Redden was allowed to lead, where's the fist beating on the table saying, hey, he was allowed to lead, he was allowed to do all these things, they had to finish their statements even though that's unresponsive on a lot of occasions. I should be able to be even more aggressive to what's going on here. And I'm thinking to myself, why aren't they being a little, I know you don't want to get the judge too upset, nobody wants a whooping, but why aren't they at least fighting for a little bit of, hey, look, they've been allowed to do all these other things. I have to kind of meet fire with fire here.
Yeah. I would say as far as the leading question goes, both sides have done it. I would say equally.
Yes.
There were a couple times that I saw Brennan do it at very key points to literally inject an answer that there was no way the witness was going to come up with. Yeah. So it was a little more blatant on his side, but both sides have done it. And effectively, AJ is really good about asking questions. Like, listen to how many times he's asked the question. So if Mr. Proctor did not put that in the report, you would say that report's not accurate, right? That's improper impeachment of Mr. Proctor. He knows that that's not allowed. He's going to ask the question anyway. The jury's going to hear it. It's going to object, and the judge is going to sustain. That just rinse, wash, repeat. He does that over and over.
Right.
But I do love his style, though. It's effective. He knows what he's doing. The judge doesn't like him. That's apparent. But he has to be careful.
Yeah, she's clearly,
he has to be careful because when you yell at a witness, which he wants to get to, he wants to get to that point where he's like, but you did it, right? He wants the Perry Mason moment where everyone's looking at the witness and they're like, fine, I confess. It's not going to happen.
Right. But there's a 403B move or something like that where the judge can just stop all questioning at that point if he ever got to that badgering level or something like that.
It wouldn't be 403. That would be more probative versus prejudicial, I think, whether or not evidence comes in. But yes, the badgering the witness, 100%.
Right. I was thinking more the Daryl Brooks what he tried to do with the BM where he was trying to make her look bad, and the judge like, no, you can't do that. You
can't bring in the fact. But. Say for instance, we're in a case where a witness, a female witness, says this is what I observed while I was eating lunch, and the defense lawyer, isn't it true that you're a prostitute? Yeah, that would not be allowed. It's like, hang on. That would be, that's not the case here, right? That's not the case here at all. I'm not even insinuating that, but that would be something that has no relevance, and all it's brought in for is to sully the image of the witness. But AJ has to be careful. He's going to raise his voice. The problem with yelling at a witness is he's also yelling at the jury.
Right.
You're in the same
room. And they can see that as
why would he have to? It's like, why are you yelling at me? Okay, I'm watching. I'm following. Why are you yelling at me?
Right.
So.
Okay. Now here's another aspect, a little flavor to it. Now, court is like chess, not checkers. We know. I mean, I'm not accusing Brennan. We know that people talk. Prepping witnesses, my butt. You're gonna tell them don't say this and don't say that. And that's on both sides. You know, I'm pretty sure defensive people do that too as far as the state goes. So you think he's attacking it on the, I know there's some foul play behind the scenes here, but I have to tittle the line to where I can't prove the foul play because, you know, people meet restaurants. I mean, one guy kind of alleged that, hey, you know, we're all together, phone calls can be made, and I know you can kind of keep that out of court.
This is funny because witness preparation is something that every good lawyer should do. Right? And they do.
Right.
And at the same time, you can accuse the other side of doing something nefarious by doing exactly that. It's like, what? You met with the prosecution before and act all faint, all surprised. Last night you talked to them about what you were going to say here. You went over your testimony. You know, it's like, really?
Right. And, you know, and I think he's doing that for the jury because, look, if you're trying to say this is a huge cover-up, you want everybody in that cover-up. You want the state in it. You want the judge. You want the whole world is against Karen Reed. So I can kind of see why he's going there. And I think it's a jab to him because of the whole trial with ARCA. Saying, oh, so you're getting on me for what I'm doing, but you're pretty much doing the same exact thing. And I want the judge to see that you're doing what I'm doing, but you're making this aggressive move against me.
Yeah.
I think he's setting that stage up for later.
I bet one of my dollars and all of yours that Mr. Brennan did prep the witness and said, look, if you don't remember, just tell us you don't remember. If it doesn't refresh your recollection, tell us it doesn't refresh your recollection, and we're done. He's not going to say, hey, when they get to this part, it would be really convenient if you were to say, that doesn't refresh my recollection. You know, he did it properly. It's the same meaning is there, right? You understand that if you get to this point and say, my memory's not refreshed, it's not any better, it puts an end to it. Bye-bye line of questioning. But he did it the right way.
Yeah, I think he's doing it everything the right way. These are some good lawyers, by the way. Ken Reed has some really good lawyers.
They're good.
And I really feel like they want to get stuff in that they know they can't, but they definitely want to put that lingerance in the jury's head to say, you know, who's really a part of this whole cover-up scheme? Because we can sit there and say the jury hasn't seen the first trial. No one's going to admit to that. But in the off chance they saw the first trial, if they saw it on YouTube, online, or whatever, read up on it or whatever, we think the jury is following the rules, it will work to his favor the way he's lawyering. I'll say that.
Yeah, he's very good at it.
Any of the viewers saw this, he's very good at putting that down in their mind to say, yeah, there's something going on here. Now, I can't spell it out to you guys. You know, have you seen that episode of Simpsons where he's tapping on Homer's foot? What? Oh, no, I'm online. But, you know, kind of like,
is that the boss?
If I say your name is Mr. Thompson. Yeah, she's the boss. Right?
Okay.
The boss lady. But, yeah, it's kind of like he's doing that to the jurors without doing that to the jurors. Where it's like, look, guys, I can't spell it out. I got to follow the rules and court rules, but look between the lines. Look at her mannerisms. And she's kind of showing that a little bit because I've noticed she's getting a little more aggressive on certain questions, and then she's calm when it's, you know, I got this. You know, we went over.
AJ's trying to ramp it up. He tries to get under the skin a little bit, you know, cover the stuff where he's not going to gain any ground, but try to insinuate things. And eventually, as with any witness who testifies like 6 different times about the same thing under oath, there are going to be some discrepancies. Eventually, he's going to find a way to get under her skin and build up to what he's got the biggest thing possible. We're getting to that.
Yeah, or set that up for another witness where it's like, well, she said this, and now you're saying that. But, you know, I'm pretty sure Brent going to stuff that out.
That's the hardest thing to do because that is impeaching a witness. And you can't impeach. You've got to be very careful. The process of impeaching a witness is very clear and defined, and you can't do it when they're not there really very well. Especially when they haven't testified yet.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're the expert here, Detective RA. So yeah, you're right.
Master Ayden, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you very much for the call. Tell the boss you'll get back to work right now and work twice as hard to make up for your lost time.
No, I'm at home. That's the wife.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you understand, man. You get it.
All right. We'll see you, my friend. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Love Master Ayden. Great calls. My stream here has been freezing, says Red, on me for every few minutes. Not doing it on another channel. The chat rolls seems fine, but the video feed is weird today. Well, just looking at my upload rate, 5.7. I could, on lunch, I could set up Starlink and run the upload through Starlink if needed. But my fiber should be fine. It's fine for me, not freezing here. Red, I don't know. It's because YouTube hates user trees. All right, that's good. That's good news. I mean, it's bad news for Red, but good news for everybody else that it's still working. This break has turned into a long one. Last time we had a break this long, problems ensued. And by problems, I mean issues in the courtroom. Let's see. I've got a question here. This is actually a question for Josh. We might have to do this on a podcast. The question is from Arlene, who says, just a question. If you would consider asking Josh your mod if he would answer some questions about traveling abroad. I too am wheelchair bound. My children have concerns. I promise, she says, "P.S. promise I'm not a crazy person" at the bottom, which, up until that moment, no, just kidding. Arlene, that is a great idea. Josh, I believe is also in a wheelchair, and traveling abroad is a question how to do it. How and what do you do? That would be a great thing to share. Josh, we might need you on a podcast to share it, or we might just need you to start your own channel, Josh. I know you've got most of the gear right there to do it, so we might just need to start your channel. Great question, Arlene. Great question. Josh needs his own travel channel. Wheels Up with Josh. There you go. We've got a name already, Josh. What are you waiting for? Seems like all their breaks are too long. Fran, last time there was a break that was this long, the family everyone got kicked out of the court. The families met with the judge and the lawyers, and then we had a seating rearrangement where Paul got moved to the back row and the other end. He got little musical chairs. But all right, I've got. Okay, we got some old questions from yesterday. I just barely saw. I apologize. Let's see. Arlene, welcome. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can. I think that was your question that we were talking about. Also, Melissa says about this shirt. I showed you the shirt that she sent me. This is not like a custom design. The shirt by the brand name Magellan. She says she got it at Academy Sports around Memorial Day last year. So it's probably, if you're going to find one, it might be on eBay. Not necessarily still at Academy of Sports. It is sort of a U.S. holiday themed shirt. Buffer says, Josh, I can answer that question, but I would need at least 30 minutes or so. All right. It's a good opening video for your channel, and I can plug it. Just tell us the format you want. Also says, Army Mom would love some organizing trips from Mrs. R.A. I can tell you her number one tip, and this is not from her specific. I mean, she learned it from somebody else. If the item you have in your house that you're looking at thinking, how do I organize this? If you do not use it regularly, and if it does not bring you joy, throw it out. How brutal is this discard? I no longer have my high school yearbooks. I did not use it. It did not bring me joy. Frankly, high school was terrible for me. I hated it. But they're gone. If it doesn't spark joy, it's out. Unfortunately, all of my cardboard boxes bring me great joy. So, is the Marie Kondo? Yes, that's it. There was before we moved here. First of all, we had collected items. I had collected items all my life. I have rocks that I picked up when I was a kid. I kid you not. I have rocks that I picked up when I was a kid. They mean a lot to me. They bring me joy. But in cleaning our house before we moved from Utah to North Carolina, we put a tent on the front lawn, like one of those big 20-foot long canopy extension tents. We set that up on the front lawn and filled it full of stuff from our house because we were doing carpet, so everything had to go to the house. So we put all our possessions on the front lawn and under a tent. And didn't ask the neighbors. I'm glad we're not an HOA. That would never fly there. But for just a couple days, it lived out there. And before we brought it in, we're just like, do we really want to bring this back in our house? And I fought, of course, for everything that was mine. Of course, I can never part with anything. So I managed to keep a lot of things, but most people kept very little. By the end of the time, we were done cleaning out, and we ended up renting a semi-truck to move us. It was one of those semi-truck trailers they drop off. Think of like ABF Freight. I think it actually was an ABF Freight trailer. They dropped it off. We filled 14 feet of a trailer, and that was it. And then we put up the wall. That was all our stuff. That's our kitchen table. That's our grandfather clock. All of our boxes. We have various foods and stuff the dry foods that we store. Any mattresses we were keeping. All our possessions. 14 feet for a family of 8. We brought no chairs. We brought no couches. Everything. We got rid of everything and came here and then started over. So we got here and we ordered a couple cheap couches off Amazon, and they delivered, and it only took like 20 minutes to unpack the trailer when we got here to bring our possessions in. But of course, I've collected a lot since then, especially in this room. Going to check Twitter a little bit and see what the break is for, why it's so long. It was supposed to be the morning break, and it seems to be extending a little bit. Let's see. Trying to see what the break is. Check mod chat. I will. Thank you. It was just a response that I'll send to the person who requested information from Josh. If I don't send it right now, I'm gonna forget, so I have to do it right now. There we go. So, Arlene, I'm sending you the response that Josh gave me directly. All right. Hello. How do I get a membership? The best way to do it is to make sure that your membership setting is turned on the channel. YouTube actually does require you. I think you only have to do it once on YouTube, and then it sort of lets you get memberships everywhere you're subscribed. I think that's how it worked. Fingers crossed. But Ricky C here has typed gifts in chat, and of course it's going to bring up that triggers this response. Click that link, and on that page, you can select the setting to turn on membership gifts for the channel, for this channel. If you are not a branded account, because branded accounts can't do that, it should make you eligible. Aside from that, YouTube chooses. I wish I could spot and give gifts. There are people I would love to give a gift to that are just huge parts of the channel, but for some reason never come up in the algorithm for receiving gifts. I think Reverend Breezy's, some of those 80s Music Man is on that list. We've got some people who just, for some reason, the algorithm doesn't find them. But the best thing you can do is just participate in chat, liking the stream, subscribing, and being active in chat helps. And then hopefully when gifted memberships come up, you might be selected. Allison Gunnels, member for 2 months, says, thank you for the great coverage, RA. I love being here. Thank you, Allison. Look at that. You've got a brand new color courthouse. It changes rapidly the first few months, and then it slows down as time goes on. Can't unbrand my account. Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, the only other thing you could do is make a personal account. And you can probably make one with a similar or the same name. Let's see. Lazy Retired Lady says, I'm in this group too, but I have embraced my grayness. We've got a song about that. Gray is the new green. We might play that today. We might play that now. We've got some time. I'm not seeing what the delay is. Can you please repeat the phone call you got this morning? Oh, Groovy Cheryl, it was so short. a lady called and said, "Hi, I'm calling for Dwayne." And I said, "Is Dwayne not able to make his own calls?" And she said, "I'm calling to speak to Dwayne." I said, "Oh, go ahead. What can I do for you?" And she said, "I didn't realize I was calling an English teacher." And she hung up on me. So there was that. I should have recorded it. It was during Jen McCabe's testimony. Okay, Anna Banana says, yes, any channel you subscribe to that does live shows, you're eligible for free gift memberships if you make that available in your Google account. So it's a one-time setting for all channels. And I believe the button, it's a little toggle button, but I wish that it would say you are now eligible to receive. It's very easy to turn it off and think it's on. One side is a little black indicator, one side is a little blue indicator. I think blue has to be showing to be eligible to receive gifts. Darlene, it's me, has a good question above. Darlene said, as I go back, if the Commonwealth feels like it's not going their way, can they reduce charges in the middle of trial? I think they could drop charges. As far as raising additional charges, I think it's too late for that. It depends. It depends on the ruling the judge made. I think in some cases the judge can basically lock things down early on, but we have seen some cases where mid-trial some of the counts were dropped. I think that would be more common than adding something else. I mean, adding something, you're basically saying, and we proved this additional crime. And the problem with that is you haven't voir dired the jury regarding that crime, their experience, personal experience, or anything else. You have not read the instructions at the beginning of the trial regarding the additional crime. So adding something, I would say, would be almost unheard of and instantly appealable. Allison, thank you very much for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Hope you love it here and continue staying. Crystal Blue, thank you for the kind words. Being active in chat helps a ton on the gifted memberships. Helps a ton. Of course, the other thing that helps a ton is when people are generous. There are just more gifts to give away. We did give away 10 memberships on the podcast last night, the first of every month. The first podcast of every month, we do that as well. So that's just an incentive to join us because it's a smaller group. We're not following a court case where people are like, I need to see what's happening next. It's easier to win there because being present helps, but is not required. I don't know exactly what the algorithm is, but generally people that win are usually there, although I've received gifts for channels when I'm not there. So, Hannah Vincent says, Recovery Addict, I've been at work all day. Has cross gone good? Anything good happen? Define good. I would say Jen McCabe has resisted. Oh, we do have a spam call. Nope, not spam, sorry.
Call from Selena K. To accept, press.
Selena, your area code is the one that I often get spam calls from, so I always think it's a spam call when you call.
No. Sorry, I can ask for like I'm a spam caller.
You can ask for Dwayne.
Dwayne, is that you, Dwayne?
Yeah, maybe you could help me, Selena. Hannah Vincent asked a question about how Cross has gone this day. I know because of our conversations before that you feel that Karen Reed is guilty and are coming at it from that vantage point. So from your perspective, tell us how you think, how you see Jen McCabe's testimony has gone this morning, and hopefully the court gives us enough time to get your full answer.
Okay, I hope they do, because actually I have, the last time she testified in the first trial, I thought she got too upset, too, animated, reacted very negatively to AJ. This time I think she's like totally different. And I watched, is it Dr.
Dr.
Where
G.
does the
Dr. G.
Dr. G.
Dr. G explains.
Yeah,
was
he
the
did
channel.
It was really cool. I watched that last night, and he said, at least during the time when she says, I heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, he is not seeing any signs of being dishonest at those moments. So it's like she really heard that and believes it. And there were other times that he brought up that he did see some, some issues. So it wasn't like her, I don't know. I think court's going to come back, but I know I'm in the minority, and I know you guys feel probably, hopefully you get your way, because I obviously am wrong, because 99% of you are on the other side. So but I wanted
it's
to bring
not a
up something
democracy.
about.
It is for the jury. They get to vote, but it has to be unanimous.
Right. But thank you for letting me express my opinions here in a nice way. I get attacked. I've been attacked before in other places.
It's hard.
It's
hard sometimes
hard,
to be the voice that that is different.
And I've tried to get a thick skin and just let it roll off, and I'm doing better than I did the first couple days of the trial to not argue back, but I wanted to bring up this point about Paul real quick, because I had a personal experience. My son was assaulted when he was 17, and his teeth were knocked out, and he had a gun pulled on him by an adult. And anyway, it went to trial, and he hired a fancy Salt Lake City attorney. And so I had to sit in court and feeling so much disdain towards that defendant, probably like Paul does. And I'm not, I'm just trying to use the same example. I got called out by that attorney 5 or 6 times while I was in court and warned that I would not be able to be allowed, because I was making gestures to the witnesses and stuff. So I basically sat on my hands after that and just gritted my teeth, but I was not doing that. But I also do not have a poker face. So I'm just saying, I get it with Paul. It's a very hard position to be in.
When you actually sit down, whether or not you agree with him, when you sit down and try to look at things through his perspective, say, okay, this is how I would think. This is the predicate. How would I act in this situation? It's easy to see why he would glare. Now the court is coming back. Selena, thank you for the call. Thank you for sticking around. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll be here, and I'll try not to argue so I don't get timed out. Okay. See ya.
I can't promise anything, but thank you.
I know. Bye.
All right. Bye. Love that Selena's here. Love that she has a different opinion than many of us.
Order the session. Please be seated.
Jurors, that break was longer than
It sure
I told
was.
you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience.
We pressed a few records. We pressed a new LP, a whole album during the break.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Why does she keep adjusting the shirt? I don't normally make comments about their clothing, but she's done that motion a lot of times. She just did it again. Is she uncomfortable with the shirt?
Tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay.
Thank you, Em.
I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
My kids are super picky with clothes, and some of them, you can buy them a brand new shirt that fits, and it just doesn't feel right.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records, or
not yet? I will in just a second.
All right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
This is the
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
Yes.
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around...
Without looking, so this is again
right.
you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect? Do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
Just stipulate. Can you just stipulate that this is accurate?
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So I'm being told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that the
that.
nature of the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
Laura, thanks for 18 months.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the?
May I approach one?
Yes.
This one? Yes.
I think the ruling was technical. She is saying that that looking at the document does not give her an independent recollection of the time the call happened, and it's
Let me see the other document.
it's
This one
technical,
has
but
the
the way
February
she
14th.
says it the judge is right.
Thank you, Mr.
She
Cade.
doesn't have that independent
Taking a
recollection.
look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m. lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had, in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had, in fact, met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there?
Yes.
In your home as well?
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went. And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview?
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly.
Exactly. little from the judge. That was a comment. She would have sustained an
The
objection.
interview with Trooper Tully. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Poland spring water, local brand, similar to Deer Park, but different. Not a sponsor.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote you never met
This may be objected to.
before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Object to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
If you had told Trooper Tully that you had never met him, would that be truthful or untruthful? I believe the judge will probably sustain this one. She's really frustrated with AJ. I told you he's going to do this. He does this. He says, if the trooper wrote this in their report, are you saying they got it wrong? That's impeaching the trooper. Improper impeachment. It's always sustained. It has been every single time through the trial. The judge is right to do that. But AJ is going to say it anyway because the jury hears it. And you can't unring a bell. But this question, possibly a different version. You can't say you can't give added weight or to a witness's testimony and sort of calling out lies. It has to be done properly, which sounds weird. What we have is Trooper Tully in the report saying that Jen McCabe told me she'd never met Trooper Proctor or his wife before September. And we just went through the fact that he was in their house and all those phone calls occurred. And so it would appear that one of these things is not right. One of these things is wrong. And we can throw Trooper Proctor under the bus, which either way is a win for the defense, right? If they say, yeah, Trooper Proctor got it wrong or Trooper Tully got it wrong, it's like this is one more inconsistency in the investigation, which the state is relying on to tell you that Karen Reed is guilty. And, you know, if she lied and said, well, I told him that, but I actually had, then this witness is not believable and you can't believe her. There's no bad result in this line of questioning. It's a catch-22 for the state, I think, either way. That's why AJ's ending with this, because no matter what, he comes out winning. But surely she isn't responsible for incompetent officers. Right, she's not. Don't hold it against her. Hold it against the officers. The lead investigator, the officers, the people who say that Karen did this, the people who gathered evidence, the evidence that points the finger at Karen. They were the ones who were incompetent, grossly incompetent. What does that leave room for? Reasonable doubt. I say most of the judge's rulings in this trial, even though her style shows and her wording, when she chooses to make statements, sometimes she makes her own interruption sua sponte without her objection, it does show a little bit of bias, but her decisions, I think, have been very sound on this one. She doesn't want this to come back for round 3.
Next question.
May I? Did Trooper Tully...
Sustained.
I'm sorry, did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior. Well, there was
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
If I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
this
has been asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
I disagree. I don't think
Let's
it was
talk
answered.
for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could.
She's mad.
Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bag.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Bingo on the mouth noises.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown?
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds?
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given an explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You've previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
A butt dial. Say it.
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
Butt dial has entered
There
the
could
chat.
be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
So you are aware.
When you
They were
when you
deleted.
dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it.
Well, how often make phone calls, Mr. Kate?
Every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app.
Yes,
right?
you can.
Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Phone. Right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, we approach.
Okay.
AJ went for the instruction from the judge and swung and missed. The judge said she is. They're going to read back the question. And I think AJ technically wins this one. We'll see if the judge decides. She wasn't. She was saying, but it may have. She wants to explain, and that is what redirect is for. The judge should say, answer the question. If there's any clarification, Mr. Brennan will clear it up on cross if he needs to do anything. 7 butt dials. Just for the record, defense team, if you can play along at home if you have an iPhone. It goes like this. You pull up your text messages. I'm not going to show you because it would show the name, but you pull up text messages, find one. Here's one. Let's see. With my son. I've got some text messages with my son. At the top of the screen, it has a little icon with his name, and I can click on his icon, and it brings up the next page that has his phone number, and there's a call button. So you literally can call from the text messaging app, but it requires more steps. It's not a direct call. So when he says you can't call from the text app, you can. Multiple steps requires a very talented butt to maneuver because the buttons move. I mean, there's different places you have to click. 2 extra steps, but anyway, it requires 2 steps from the Messages app. The jury is full aware when she's not answering the question, and the judge saying, yes, she is. I think if I was the jury, I'd be looking down at my notes. I'm like, actually, I don't see it. I didn't catch it if she was. I've got 2 cheeks, 1, 2. They're both the same size. Above my thighs. Yeah, we've got to make a song about that, about butt dials. I've got some lyrics already coming in. We could do this. We did a butt dial song. Is today the day? Is today the day to make a song about butt dials? $5 say the jurors will play with their phone. Here we go. Let's see if this is sustained or not. She can say next question.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
Not supposed to honk out there.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
He won.
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
If that happens to be the last dialed, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
delete them.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure. Maybe around 11:30, 12. I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
Like Google?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
She keeps
It
glancing.
was Google.
at the
Okay, it was a
prosecution.
Google search.
Okay,
I wish
so
I
it was a
could
Google
see if they're
search
nodding.
using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my
You
head.
recall that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask you
And those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, that was 4 screams. That's one more than 3. Why is she fighting this? This is a strategy session of how to approach.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make a reaction. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
She's going to say
I'll
no.
sit Hazel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
She's going to come to sidebar and say, will you just stipulate that this exists, that this record exists, because your witness is dragging her feet so much that she's refusing to admit that the sun came up this morning. This is ridiculous. Bravo chick, are you so intoxicated you do not remember doing the search? Then how do you know you did not Google house long to die in the cold? Bazinga! It only works in 3, says Virginia Little. I did one too many. Hey, welcome. Do we have any food? Are you making some? I'm hungry. What's on the menu? I don't. Spicy fries, seasoned fries. Yeah. Okay. Virginia Little, she just blew her whole testimony. This was so dumb of her. Yeah, for her saying, I have no recollection, I have no idea when the search
We're
occurred.
trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
Curtains, please. And biggin.
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel at sidebar.
Did you guys see the red highlight in the Celebrate deleted report? The column in Celebrate that says deleted and it says yes. Did you guys see that? I don't think the jury saw it either. It says deleted. Okay, let's rewind. Jump to the end here. Oops, what did I do there? I don't know. Hang on. Let's see. We are right here. We're going to rewind just a teensy bit. Okay, so here it is right here on screen. First column says timestamp. That's the one right up here. This column, timestamp. Next column, source. Next column, value. Next one, parameters. Next one, origin. Next one, service identifier. Next one, deleted. And in red, the big yes is there. And this is the line that says, under value, "Hast long to die in cold." This is the Celebrate report extraction. This is the original Celebrate report, not the new one where Celebrate no longer shows this. This is the original, "Hast long to die in cold," and then they just did an extraction to make it a little bit more clear and bigger. You can't see very well, but the yes shows up far on the right-hand side of the screen. It's there. So Mr. Brennan objected to the form of how it's displayed. Object to the form. That's not how it appears on the report, he says. And Mr. Jack says, that's exactly how it appears. This report was corrected and makes sense. We've gone over that with ad nauseum, I should say, with Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen, about the correction, why this appears as deleted in the original report, why that was an error, why that, and I believe Mr. Whiffen, I understand the technical terms of why the 227 timestamp appears with that and where it's from. I don't think it was manually deleted. I don't think she searched that at 227. That's my position.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
The jury got to see it.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Yes, Karen does get to go up to sidebar. That's just how they do it in this court.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you, to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like that.
So in the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of this.
And that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
I believe Jackson thinks he's hit his stride. He won the last objection. I told you I thought he was going to win that one, and he did. And interestingly, when he came back, he started asking the question because the judge just like sort of gave him the nod to go ahead, and he started asking the question. He's like, "Wait, I think I'm premature. I need to wait here because there's something you need to do, Judge." And that one thing that she needed to do was, you have to answer the question. You have to answer the question that's being asked of you. And since that, Jen McCabe has changed. We have got a lot of direct yes responses because they want a yes answer generally to these questions, and she's answering that way. She's following the judge's admonition, mostly. I'm not sure if how far AJ gets to go on this one. The judge seems very quick to say, "Oh, she said no, move on." We've seen that a couple times here, but her eye roll should be counted as a sigh. See, I'm a girl from Finland, lived in Sweden for over 50 years. Jana, I think it's Jana. Are you blind in the U.S.? Would she be around to kill her friend? Have you people seen how KR dad seems while AJ is really fishing? Would she be around to kill her friend? I missed the question a little bit. I'm not sure how Karen Reed dad seems. I think that's irrelevant to this trial of Karen Reed. But I don't know. Maybe if you can clarify that for me. Can AJ not be told off for making those comments? Ozzy, he can, and he probably will at one point during the trial. It'll most likely happen at Sidebar. But as long as Brennan keeps making those leading statements to direct the witness to exactly what to say and then gets corrected, it's going to continue. Both sides are doing this, the game they play. This is the chess match they play.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware
So he won.
from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She was sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there
She looks at
in the back
prostitution.
with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times about this case.
Yes.
And about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms. McCabe,
need... It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
So you're the only person saying that, though?
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
She's not aware. That would be more for the phone expert.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny...
never did that. I deny it, yes.
That you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
I've listened to this, and I have not been able to pick it out the way he hears it.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf. Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, a female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not?
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge? You or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it.
Karen that got in the car, yeah. Goes the ambulance. Come in. Didn't know who was knocking.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
So the sister that was keeping the record, where is she? There in the back, in the striped shirt. She's the one that wrote the timeline.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman,
Here it comes.
to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend"?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So I wasn't going to give I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I wanted help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct.
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
This is a trap.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Here it is.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either?
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. K?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
AJ, get the post.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 40, 25.
AJ was going to keep asking questions until that the judge interrupted him and said, "Okay,
And how long is it?
wrap it up, wrap it up." And as soon as he gave him, that was the cue. That's the 2-minute warning. It's time to give it your all. That's when he ramped everything up. That's when he started yelling and pushing hard. I don't think he really scored. I mean, that was not a touchdown. That was not a touchdown. The idea that you would have thought that your sister inside the house was also in peril because someone was injured outside. Looking back, I can say, yeah, that might be something to think about and concerned about, but that wouldn't have been the first thing that came to my mind, especially if there's no indication, blood trails, door left, if the door was ajar, okay, and the door's wide open and nobody's home, nobody's answering, then I'd be concerned. If cars were, windows were smashed or things like that, then I'd be concerned. But I didn't jump to that same conclusion that he did. But he finished with a bang, and that was his goal. So, DMB says, I disagree. I think that was an impactful point to make. Johnson agreed, not a touchdown. I would say a field goal. I'd say a field goal, but not a touchdown. But that's how they're going to end it, and now it's going to go on redirect. And Mr. Brennan... on redirect after lunch when we come back, Mr. Brennan is going to point the finger at the defense and point at how ridiculous, in his words, the defense is to insinuate something happened. And he's going to draw out the absurdity of some of these questions. He has to be careful because in asking those questions, he may confuse his own witness, which he has done in the past, and she might answer incorrectly to some of the things because she's trained to agree with the prosecutor and to disagree with the defense. That's ingrained in her. We've seen that throughout all her testimony. And Mr. Brennan tries to flip the story, which he will do. I'm calling this right now, which he will do on redirect. And say, you didn't do and he's going to have this tone. You didn't sit there at that time and do this outlandish thing, did you? And if he says it wrong as he's trying to make the defense look really bad, he brought a goldfish. You got Old Bay. Whoa, look at this. The big box. I hope I like it. Thank you. That's awesome. Mrs. Sorry brought me Old Bay seasoned goldfish in the quantities. Anyway, that's coming up after lunch. That's coming up after lunch, and it's going to be spicy. And I think I'm going to watch for him confusing his own witness and her answering the wrong way, trying to agree with what he's saying, and being more focused on agreeing with the prosecutor than being right. So, I guess Old Bay goldfish are back. It looks like in the big box, it says limited edition. So Yay, this is going to be good. All right. Taillight was found much later. Yes, that was wrong of her to say I knew that there was taillight at that time. I don't know, maybe there will be some recross after this as well. We're about ready to go to lunch. We do have a phone call coming in. Let's see who this is. Hello? Oh, they hung up. This is the spiciness we were waiting for, and it's only going to get better. Brennan is outraged. He has lost a couple key objections towards the end. Mr. Jackson, he's a good lawyer. His arguments were good. His arguments were sound. He sort of forced the judge and the prosecutor into this route where he confronted Jen McCabe with text messages. He got to show them on the screen. He got to celebrate the original Celebrate report with Hustlung to Die in the Cold at 2:27 and deleted on the screen in front of the jury. That was a huge win. And of course, Mr. Brennan objected. That got taken down, and then they found the paper copy. But AJ did really well on this finish. And Brennan has to come in swinging. So it's going to be super spicy.
Call from Melissa P.
Melissa P., how are you doing?
Oh, long day. I took a spill yesterday, and so I'm in pain. But I just wanted to call and make a very, very, very quick point before you go to lunch. I won't keep you but a second. The reason it was such a big deal, what AJ said, I understand where you're coming from, but I want you to understand as someone who has always had dogs, especially big dogs. And so the point he was trying to make is if there is a dog in that house and you have Karen screaming like a banshee on the front lawn and you've got cars there, a dog is going to be barking its head off.
Yes. Especially a protective dog, a big German Shepherd that's not good with strangers, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, even ones that are good with dogs, usually it's just are good with other people. But German Shepherds in particular, I mean, there's a reason they're used as canines. You know, those are very protective dogs. If there is a dog in that house, even in whiteout conditions where it is very noisy and the wind is very loud, if you've got a woman screaming as loud as Karen was supposedly screaming and there was multiple people, it would wake them up. Somebody is going to wake up. A light should have come on. And that was the point he was trying to drive home. So anyone on the jury that has a dog, that point is going to hit harder.
Yeah, I agree. Melissa, thank you very much. I've got my lunch here. I've got a plate full of fries, a little bit of ketchup. I'm not sure why I'm in the middle of the screen.
Yummy. It looks yummy, but I love the shirt. What I was trying to say earlier today, I got that last year at Academy Sports at this time of year. It was right before Memorial Day. Mm-hmm. So everyone should check out their local, like any kind of like Bass Pro or Academy or anything that sells Magellan, because they sell those around any of the Patreon.
Your phone just died. I think you need to put in another quarter.
Probably. Okay. Have a great day, Scott.
Thanks, Melissa. Good talking to you. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Good stuff. All right. We're going to go to lunch. We've already got a portal set up. We're going to come back and follow this afternoon all the way through this direct examination. The cross is over. Defense sits down. They're done for now. They might get another shot at this. More likely not. But it's been spicy. We were waiting for that. Brennan has to come in swinging. He has to counter this because, quite honestly, his witnesses looked pretty bad, especially this morning. Watch for a couple things. Watch for him confusing the witness and her giving the wrong answer, because she's going to be jumping to answer his questions in the affirmative. Watch for... There was something else. Watch for her memory to get better. Watch for her to recall everything, even timestamps, as he gives them to her. Watch for that. That's a sign of truthfulness, or not. So a couple things. We're going to be back. We're going to follow this in the afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Thanks to our wonderful mods. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. I've got 2 o'clock. It might be sooner. If they come back, we'll be here for it. We won't miss anything. Go ahead and make the portal, make the jump, click the like button when you land. I would appreciate that. And bring a friend. It's more fun with a friend. We'll see you guys after lunch. Bye-bye.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.